There we go. All right, we are live. Oof, my ears. I do. I'm adding sound now. Which is a project, I think. Because I actually don't know what I'm doing. I know nothing about sound. In terms of how to make like good sounding sound. But I need to get the old sounds from the old Game Maker project. C++, it's used in a lot of places. I've only used it in games, so but like a lot of like embedded stuff is C++. Like, I don't know if you're working on like robotics, a lot of that is C++, I believe, or C. 'Cause there's like a lot of stuff that uses code that you don't like think of immediately. Like I don't know, like your microwave has code in it running probably. And there's just like a ton of stuff like that in like every field. So that's where C++ is used. It's used in a lot of back-end stuff as well. Like you'll see like some high-level library, but underneath the library it's just like actually written in C++, but exposes an API in whatever target language you're using. Let's see. I need to get the sounds from this project. What path is this? Yeah. It's tough because I want the sound to actually like make sense with the water. But I'm kind of, I have like no idea what I'm doing. Well, I have a plan. I have a plan for what I'm doing, but I don't know if it's gonna work. So again, I've done some work off stream because obviously I do work during the week. But I have Sundays free, so I can stream on Sundays. So I like doing this. But right now, for the sound, I have... So like the simulation happens on the graphics card, right? And every so often it sends the data back to the CPU so I can use it for like physics and stuff. And obviously audio has to happen on the CPU. So what I've done, my plan, is I have all these little nodes, or probes I'm calling them, little sound probes. And they basically interact with the velocity field of the fluid. And that way I can like use these probes to like figure out where the water's moving. And there's like some inertia to them. And they're like sticky to their position, so like they like want to go back to where their like little root positions are. But they have inertia, so like if there's a lot of fast moving water and it hits a block, it'll like clip into the block. And then I'm playing a splash sound right now when that happens. And that's as far as I've gotten with this. But the idea is that, so like you'll hear a splash when it clips a block, but then there's also times where like the water is flowing sort of at a steady state, which is like what these yellow lines represent. So I'm gonna play like a trickle sound when there's like these yellow lines. But it's a little more complicated than that because you don't want too many sound effects playing at once because they just drown, like, it just sounds like chaotic noise and it'll like end up clipping and it just doesn't sound good. So I need to like prioritize sound or something. Or like combine sound based on like what is the dominant sound of a given area. And I'm not sure how I'm gonna do that. Because like, you can just hear this little debug thing is like all the sound effects playing right now, and there's like 20 splash sounds, and it's just killing my ears. So like ideally, there's a lot of them happening here where the water is like flowing into this little gap. So like ideally the system will be smart enough to sort of combine those into just like one louder splash. Is the plan. And the volume should also be like dependent or like determined by how fast the water is moving, which it isn't right now. It's just like randomly applying volume. But I think it can work. And I also made it so the caves don't clip the ocean. Because I had it still clipping into the water, and then the sound would just like destroy my ears every time I walked over here. So. Yeah, so maybe I should work on combining the sound right away as like step one. I mean, to be honest, it doesn't even sound bad as is. Like, it's just like any sound sounds better than no sound. It's kind of funny how sound works. I'm saying sound a lot. It's like the ear is very easily tricked, it seems. Okay, so let's see. So I need to like make a function. Hey, how's it going? I need to make a function that combines sound or something, or like plays a sound effect at a given position. Because right now I'm just like hard coding stuff, which is not ideal. So let's just add a function to do that. So like sound play effect, and we'll give it a sound, maybe a volume, pitch, or a gain and a pitch, I guess, and an X, Y, Z, and attenuation. Actually, let's give it an XY, because we're in 2D. We don't need 3D sound. This actually turns sound handle. Oh, what'd I just do? Yeah, like ideally I shouldn't let too many sounds play at the same time. But first, let's just get this function to work. So then we can remove this. Oops. All right, so that function works, and let's use that for the grenade as well. Whoa, what is happening? Whoa, what just happened? Oh yeah, okay. I see. That was kind of fun actually. Yeah, it's like it's like partially visualization and actually like that is what is happening. Because I'm using these little probes, these little dots to actually like figure out where sound should play. This is the theory. Let's see. Okay, so now we need to combine sounds, which is going to be kind of difficult actually, I think. So what should we do? Because the tricky part is like if you combine sounds, you need to like combine them based on like a radius or something. And I guess the radius grows the like the louder it is. I don't know. Let's see, like combined sound. Let's make a little structure. Not a static struct. So we have we'll use a float 2 position. And then we have like, I'll say intensity. Like how intense is this sound? And I'm gonna have an enum. Splash. Trickle. And the flow. I'll actually do it in reverse order. You know, I'm gonna call this fluid sound because this is only gonna be used for fluids. And then we need like a pool of these things, I guess. All right, so let's see. Okay, let's see. And we'll draw these for debug purposes as well. Let's see. Guess I don't need to know the type. Let's see. On here, rather. I'm not sure the best way to combine these. Let's just have a function. Let's see. I'm trying to like, so the problem is that if I have a lot of water moving, I get like a million splash sounds because there's a lot of these nodes hitting the wall right next to each other. So like ideally I kind of group them together. But like, it needs to be sort of aware of like a couple things. Because like you do expect to hear multiple splash sounds. Because that's like what gives the water the depth. Otherwise you just hear one splash, even though there's like a lot of water moving. And I also want like a limit on how many splashes sound, or how many splash sounds play at a given time. So like I just arbitrarily put that as 8 for now. I don't know, I'm gonna tune this later. I just wanna like get the base, the base system working. So my idea is I'm basically gonna like have a function that's like play sound, and it takes in like a volume or a gain, I guess, or I call it intensity for now. I don't know. The name doesn't matter. Basically, just like how loud is this sound. And my idea is I'm just gonna like spawn in the little sound node things, like where the sound's gonna play, and it'll create like a radius. So then, if in the same frame another sound is like spawned in right next, like within that radius, it will just add to that sound and maybe shift the node over slightly to like the average of the two positions. And then by doing it by the radius, it will sort of keep sounds that are like close together averaged, but if you're like outside that radius, it'll just spawn in a new sound, a new circle, I guess. So that's just the idea. I don't know if that's the right way of achieving this. I think it can work though. Again, I think like audio design is more of an art than a science, honestly. Especially because like we're just like approximating what sound sounds like. Because obviously I'm not simulating like every water molecule smashing into the wall or something. I'm not synthesizing my own like splash sounds. So yeah, that's what this function should do in theory. So I have to think about how to actually do this though. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, it's just gonna like, yeah, rather than creating a separate sound with its own gain, it will just like combine gains and then average the position between them based on, I guess, the weight of the gains, I suppose. I'm not really sure. Because then we only have one sound being emitted at any, I guess, hot spot of sound. We'll see if this works. I don't know. I've never actually done this before. I think it could work, maybe. I don't know. We'll see. So, yeah. I'm just gonna do this really rough for now, and then like if this actually works, I can kind of fix it later. So I'm just gonna create a list of sounds and then sort of process the list. I'll like first just generate this list of sounds, and then I'll combine them in like a separate pass maybe. Or I guess I could combine them as I go. Whatever, let's just write some stuff. Yeah, so we have a list of these fluid sounds. I'll just keep this function as the actually, let me think. Yeah, I think creation is probably better. Yeah, but I need to like keep track of the ones that already exist. And the other thing is, so like, I'm gonna have like two things happening here, I think. So I'm gonna have like this list of like, oh, I don't know, let's just see. I'm just gonna write stuff and see what happens. Why is it giving me errors? Here, let's just call it this for now. So we first loop over so see if we can combine sounds. So we take the difference between our distance and the sound position. And then if that is less than, here, let's just give this a radius. Or we'll use intensity as the radius, why not? Then we'll just combine with this guy. And then to do average new position, combined position. And then return. Otherwise, we have to add a new one to the list. I guess I'm ignoring type here. Let's just delete this for now. And then I guess this is like gonna be kind of annoying because these coordinates are like in world coordinates, but intensity is just some arbitrary volume thing. Here, let's do sound play. Just make it 32 for now. And then we also have to sort these things by distance. Because that will determine which sounds actually end up being played if we have more than 8. So let's say like, How did I use this last time? I don't have access to that. Okay, I think that should draw at least something, in theory. And I also have to clear this after the fact. So like every frame, we just sort of generate a new list of candidate sounds or something. And I'm returning, let's just do void for now. Whoa. What is happening? Here, let's just do sound intensity. Okay, we have something drawing. Yeah, and I guess these should only update once the sound is done playing as well. Would make the most sense. Maybe I'll update this like once a second for now. Just see if that looks any better. I mean, it might be working. It's so hard to tell. It looks like it is. It's like combining sounds. You get some hot spots here and like a couple splashes up here. So I guess the other thing to think about is, so if the sound is playing already, let's see. I think I'm on the right track. Again, this is all really rough. I'm just like experimenting. So if sound is playing, then we can't do anything yet. So continue. I guess we need another variable in here too. So because this should be J. Yeah. That should be that. Or no, maybe this is fine. So we'll play our splash effect here instead. Need to delete this. And then we need to maybe do this like once every 60th of a second. I don't know, why not? Okay, that's way more than 8 sounds. We should only ever be having 8 sounds. Yeah, it's simply not skipping anything. Oh yeah, this is why. Okay, and now I'm not getting 8 sounds. But it's less spammy to my ears though, so that's a good sign. It's like maybe I'm missing ticks. Maybe I shouldn't do this tick thing. Maybe this is actually fine the way it is. Now that we're handling like the max count now. I need to find some good terrain. Yeah, so we need 2 variables here. This is the problem. So we're taking this guy. It's actually not bad. I need more variations of the sound though. It's like they all basically... I have like 5 variations, but you can't even tell. They all sound the same. It seems like some of these aren't combining though. So maybe I need to make the radius a bit bigger. Let's just play around with it. So it's like 64 maybe, be a bit better. Whoa. I guess right now when I'm combining the intensities, I'm actually not taking the right distance either. I'm like squaring, like power twoing the radius rather than like combining it by volume, by area. can do this now. Maybe 8 is too much. Maybe it should be like 6 or 5. Where was that? Let's make it like, you know, let's make it 4. And I need to, okay, maybe 4 isn't enough. All right, I think we need to get the flowing sound effects in too. They'll add more like volume, because right now we're only getting splashes, but that's only like half the story. Okay, so let's refactor this again slightly. Okay, I actually don't have a good sound for this, for the flowing water. Let's see. Okay, this might kill our ears. Okay, not too bad actually. Okay, that's pretty bad. Not quite what I'm after. Where did we go wrong? That was not what I'm after. Let's see. I'm not getting the splash sounds either anymore. Oh yeah, we need to do this here. Maybe that was the problem. Okay, not quite. So I think I need to rethink this a little bit. It's like all four sounds just immediately play. at the same time. It's like maybe they should only update at like a less frequent basis or something. Okay, let's fix the area thing as well, or the radius. Should be the square root of this. Sounds so bad. Okay, let's turn off those sounds. The current issues is just not the best strategy, I think, for the flowing sound effects. This like works for the splashes because the collisions happen quickly and like infrequently. But for the water that's flowing, it just like spams too many audio emitters. Like, I'm happy with the way the waves sound. I mean, the sounds themselves, I need to, like, just get better sound effects, but... it, like, works as I expect it to. Like, you get, like, waves that... play sounds. Yeah. Yeah, it is. I give it a fun little pop sound. Just 'cause it's fun. It's a good way to test that the you know that the waves make the right sound, right? Because you generate a little explosion. Yeah, I think this is just gonna be like a really fine-tuned process where I'm gonna need to like tinker with it for a while, unfortunately. I think for the flowing sounds, maybe I should handle it differently. Like, I need to like... I don't know. It's like the resolution of my little probes is actually too high. So maybe I could like combine just little regions of probes into like... Yeah, I turned the flow off because this is what happens when I have it do the same system as the waves or the splashes. You just get a really intense flow. Because the issue with the flowing water is it like, yeah, is like the water moves around quickly. So I can't just like spawn in sound at like a given spot, let it play. It needs to like move with the water, which is kind of difficult because like, I don't know how to keep track of that. Like I can change the position of the sound for like the spatial audio, and that's fine. I think I have a different idea though. Instead of doing these little probes, these little sound emitters that combine, I'll keep that for the waves because I think they sound good for the waves, like the splashes. But I think maybe for the flowing water, it would be better if I just like broke this giant, you know, probe grid thing up into just like more coarse regions and sort of tie flowing sound to those regions maybe. So that way I don't just like completely max out the flowing sound just in like one spot. So like you can see they're like all spawning in like right up here, the first like available area. If that makes any sense. Yeah, I'll just try doing that. Let me think. Okay, so these are splash sounds. So I'll have like a couple different systems because like each sound kind of has its own behavior, I guess. So these are like splash sound. there's only one of these now. I'm just gonna call this thing a splash. Simple names. Okay, I have all these fun names. A splash pool? Like that sounds really fun. I'm going to try and not overly abstract stuff. I do not need best viewers from streamboo.com. It's crazy that people pay for Twitch views. Well, I don't think anyone actually does, but what's the issue? Does it not know this exists? Splash sounds, it's right there. Yeah, right? How's it going? What is up? I am Big Dog, apparently. I'm doing sound, doing audio. And it's kind of partially working, but not doing so hot. Okay, let's see. How should I do this? We're gonna do this the very naive way first, and I'm just gonna use a hash map. And then if this actually works how I want it to work, then we can use something better than a hash map. This will just make it easy for me to like experiment. So we need a flow. We need a struct that represents a flow. A flow. There we go. Maybe splash count. That is not what happened. Splash count. So we need a flow count. Maybe we'll allow 8 flow sounds. No, that's too many. Do 4. We'll have a flow pool. And yeah. So now if we play a flow sound, we'll like partition these based on world space or something. Oops. And I can change this to what's our key gonna be? What is 14 bits in hex? I don't even know. I think I used this somewhere else though. No, I didn't. Let's just use bits. 1, 2, 3, 4. I think that's too many. It's 2 to the 14. Okay, that's fine. Sure, that's a good key. course, we need to actually make the sound do something. Yeah, this loop's just not gonna work actually. It's interesting how I'm only getting one sound. Let's just simplify this for now. Well, actually, I can do this without a hash map. Oh, let's think about this a little harder. Let's see. So it's like we have a flow sound, flow. So that thing has a sound, a position, and intensity. So rather than having this as a hash map, let's think. I need like a grid of these things. Okay, that's a bit better actually. I like the position of these little probe things. These blue ones. They're more like evenly distributed, which is what I'm after. Maybe I'll make them yellow. Just so they're easy to see. Yeah, I can probably actually increase the resolution a little more too. Yeah, so like these yellow circles are where I should hear like flowing water. I don't actually have the sound playing for that yet, but. I'm not sure yet. So I need to make them like decay over time as well. So let's add some decay to this. So every time we play flow, we'll like add some intensity. Nice. Where did that come from? What? I just seg faulted somewhere. Interesting. Am I reading out of bounds? Somewhere. Yeah, I am. Let's see. Oh, I see. Okay, I think I can add sound now to these. Okay, let's see. Let's do it. This is like horrible code. It's so gross. But we'll work with it. Okay, so I'm like, yeah, I should change this. This is really bad. But for now, we'll just do this. Yeah, it just sounds horrible. I need some better sound effects, is like the main problem. It's kind of hard to judge based on like the crappy sounds I have. Like, to be honest, it doesn't sound terrible when it's just like one flow of water. I mean, it doesn't sound great, but it doesn't sound terrible. I mean, the obvious problem is that it just like suddenly starts and stops too. They're not like fading in and out yet. Yeah, it's actually not bad. It's like, it's in the right ballpark, I think. It just needs some some fine tuning and better sound effects. Like, we're getting weird water flow up here too. Like, I'm not sure why the water's like wiggling so much right here. We're getting wave effects. Which isn't ideal. Yeah, I have multiple computers. So I have a Linux computer and I have a MacBook. So I just test on each platform. I haven't ran Linux in a while though. I think I corrupted my install and I just haven't gotten around to fixing it. But yeah, welcome back to the stream. I'm working on sound this week. Well, today specifically, I guess. Thanks. Yeah, it's a Terraria inspired game, I'll say. Technically, it's more of a Minecraft inspired game, because I haven't actually played Terraria that much. But yeah, gameplay wise, I guess it's more like Terraria 2D, right? It's still in pretty early development though. I'm just working a lot of the core stuff right now, like the physics and the audio and just a lot of stuff I need to kind of grind through. Thanks. Yeah, I've been streaming every Sunday. I think I kind of like that schedule because I have like Sunday entirely free, so it just works well for me based on other stuff I have going on. But I get some like work done during the week as well. I just have less time during the week. Okay, so let's fix this sound cutting in and out thing. So we need to like actually, I guess, ramp up and ramp down when the sound is done playing. So we need to add something. So maybe like I'm actually not sure how I'm gonna do this. Let's put like a function on here like update. And the update function will check if the sound is playing. Okay, so if intensity is greater than 0. If is playing, then we want to start the sound. It's pretty simple. It's just, I have like little tile sprites. I can show you. I'm not doing anything crazy like stitching tiles together. Like I'm not sure how Terraria works. Mine's like a very simple system. Where are my sprites? Let me see. I always get lost. Assets, sprites. So each block, like here's like the dirt block. So like you have like the full block and then you have your different like rotations for the stairs and the slabs. And then it like renders those just kind of next to each other. And blocks can have variations, so this is just like one variation of this dirt block. And it can like choose between random variations. And then, oh, I broke the thing here. Yeah, then when it renders, yeah. Let's see, scene, foreground. So yeah, when it renders then, let me turn off the debug. It just like, yeah, it just stitches them based on the micro block. I call them micro blocks, like the stairs and the slabs. Yeah. And it like works good enough actually, I think. Okay, let's see. So if the sound is not playing, we need to play the sound. And let's see. What do I call this? Time. So we want to ramp the gain based on that. How long should it take to ramp up? Maybe like a quarter of a second. Actually, we'll pass it the world. I think this should work. Yeah, there we go. Now they fade in and out. At least I'm not sure if it fades out. Yeah, it's certainly not fading out. Let's see. Maybe it should fade out over like a second as well. Nice smooth pan out. Be less jarring. Yeah, that's a lot better. It's actually hard to tell if this is working. Yeah, I'm most comfortable with C++, so I kind of just did it without much consideration for other languages. Ultimately, I think it's like whatever you're most comfortable in and actually like think you can make good progress in is probably the language you should choose. Like I like C and C++ just because you have, I mean, kind of full control over everything. Nice. Yeah, and like in this engine, I did all the graphic stuff sort of from scratch, I guess. Too, so like, yeah. I would hate to do like try catch around everything. Like I use C++ without exceptions too, because I just don't like exception. I don't like exceptions in general. I just think I think exceptions are a bad way of handling errors. But that's a whole argument people get into. So, yeah. I like that in C++ you can optionally like use stuff. Like C++ has exceptions if you want them, but you can just turn them off with a compiler flag and never have to think about it. Okay, so they're not fading in is the problem. What's going on with that? They're fading out, but they're not fading in. Which is interesting. I wonder if it's this that's causing it. No, that's not it. Oh, are you looking at... I think I know what you're looking at. You're looking at this, maybe? This file? This is a... Here, let me just demonstrate really quick. Yeah, so if I, in this config header, I can change this official headers macro. So right now it's turned off. But if I do this in the game and the build tool, and I run this, so I clear And let's compile in release build as well, so we get full optimizations. So if I compile this, it doesn't work. Uh-oh. What's the issue? What is this talking about? What is happening? Is it these? Yeah, here we go. Maybe. I haven't done this in a while, so it's actually broken, it looks like. One second, let me fix this. Delete that. I mean, the compile times are still really fast. So, I don't know, if we do like GCC and we do a clean compile. So this is with the, like the C headers. You see how long this is taking? I mean, not that long, but that took at least like 5 seconds. So if I turn those off, so I go back, turn that off, and I turn this one off, and I recompile, it's like half as fast. I mean, it still took a while, but it's a little faster. So it's like, it's not really worthwhile doing that. You can kind of ignore that vendor stuff. But all I did is like, I'm just defining what I actually use from these. And if that macro is just like disabled, it just redirects straight to the official like headers. So yeah, I wouldn't, yeah, it's kind of confusing. I wouldn't recommend doing this. I just did it, and now I'm so deep into it that I'm just keeping it. I mean, it does make a difference, but it's like, do you want to sit around for 10 seconds or do you want to sit around for 5 seconds? Yeah, no, no problem. I think it's interesting. I would just, if I had to do this again, I don't think I would do this. Okay, so let's see. Why does the, let's go back to LLVM. I don't know. Like, I probably didn't read more than the average kid, I guess, if I had to answer that honestly. I did learn an instrument as a kid. So I learned to play the piano when I was really young. And it's funny because I can't play anymore because I stopped when I was like 10 or 12. But I did start that when I was young, so I wonder if that has some effect. But I also started programming really young as well. So I was like 9 when I first started like messing with programming. And I'm in like my mid-20s now, for context. So it's been like 17 years, 18 years. Man, this is really loud. I think it's also one of those things too where it's like I'm good at the stuff I spend a lot of time doing. Like I spend quite a bit of time programming. I kind of ebb and flow. Like sometimes I'll go months without doing too much programming because I'm just like I'm like, I don't know, kind of burnt out, I guess. But then I'll spend a lot of time like just doing it. And I don't know, it's just like gets easy. Like I don't think about it as much. It's kind of weird. Like I don't know how to explain it. Like when I program, and it's just kind of like an interesting topic. It's like when I program, I'm not like thinking about the code really. It's like I just kind of like see what I have to do, if that makes any sense. But obviously like topics where like I'm not, I don't have like that sort of muscle memory for it. It's like I struggle a lot more. Like I'm not very good at like complex math. Just because I'm just not as interested in it, I guess. I like practical math, which is why I like programming, I think, because it's like I'm taking math and then I'm applying it to a problem. Yeah. I mean, I can relate to that too somewhat. There are like certain topics where it's like I kind of just, I don't know, give up. I think interestingly lately I've gotten better at it though. And I don't know what changed, but I'm better at just like grinding through things than I used to be. And that's like happened within the last couple of years. And like I don't know anything that changed that like made me just get better at that, other than, I don't know, maybe I'm just getting more tolerant of grinding through things. And yeah, I don't really use AI for stuff, to answer the other question. I just do projects. Well, I'll like use AI as like I've said this before. It's like a really good search engine, and like I can like ask ChatGPT or like DeepSeek just like a plain English question, or even like when I'm doing this audio stuff, I had to add spatial audio, and I was doing that earlier this week because my little audio system didn't have spatial audio yet. And like I knew the theory of spatial audio. It's like it's kind of like 3D graphics where you have like a forward vector for your listener, and then you kind of calculate, you know, like how much should be in the left ear versus like where is it relative to that vector. But like I don't know the like I don't know audio programming at a deep level. I'm just kind of like hacking it together because you need audio in a game. So yeah, like asking like ChatGPT like how is this done in games is it's a useful tool for that, because like who else do I ask? I don't know. You like Google how do you do audio in a game? Yeah. So like AI is really interesting to me. I keep going back and forth on like what I think about it, because like on one hand it's like I really like AI. It's like really interesting as it's really cool as a thing that humans have created. Like the fact that a computer can even generate stuff that's like I'm kind of blown away by the image generation and the video generation, because I just never would have thought it'd be possible for a computer to like generate video that actually looks pretty good. It's just like not a problem that I thought would be like solvable. So it's like really cool that that's possible. But at the same time, like one of my fears with AI is that a lot of people, like my fear is like people who are still learning, if they just rely on AI too much without actually like thinking about how to solve the problem, like if they're just like going to DeepSeek and having DeepSeek write code and then they just copy and paste it into their project, like are they actually learning how the problem solve, or are they learning how to take DeepSeek and put it in their code base? And I don't know, my fear is that people will over time just like have less deep knowledge on things. Which, I mean, it may be fine. Like maybe AI is just gonna like get to a point where having deep knowledge is actually just not a problem, because it's like we've solved the problem of needing deep knowledge on certain things because AI is just so good. So like maybe long term it won't actually be a problem, but I don't know. I prefer not to use AI to write code just because I just like programming, and I like the craft of it. So I don't know. That's kind of my spiel on AI. And like I also don't like how much like hype there is around it too. It's like AI is like awesome as a technological like achievement. Like it's really cool. It's cool technology. But it's like there's just so much hype around it where I think people overpromise still. It's like, yes, give it another couple years, it'll be like really good. But there's like some grand claims out there about like what it's capable of today, which I don't know. I think people are just a little bit too on the hype train. But yeah, that's my long spiel on it. Okay, so I have to fix this issue. You know, I bet if I gave ChatGPT my problem with this audio not fading in correctly, it'll probably find it. Like, yeah, I guess my final thought on that topic, kind of related to what I said, is like my biggest fear is what it's doing to like the generation of like kids that are kind of growing up today. Like I'm not even old, right? Like I was just in school not like super long ago. But like I went through school kind of before this AI stuff took off. So like in school you do projects and like you actually have to do the work yourself. I mean, you could cheat online. There was like Chegg or whatever. But like to write an essay, it's like we like actually had to write essays and turn them in, because like you couldn't just generate an essay for you with AI. But like I just hear, and I kind of know people who have like validated this observation that like kids these days are just using AI to cheat like all the time. And it concerns me because like I don't blame the kids for cheating, because I mean they're gonna do it if it's possible. But I don't know, there's like value in actually doing stuff and learning stuff. So I just fear that it's gonna mess with how people learn. And that's why it's so tough, because it's like such a cool technology, but I don't know. I guess we'll see what happens. All right, let's see. For some reason, the audio is just going immediately to 100%. Let's go into the other test project. Or actually, let me just test if this is true for every sound I play. Yeah, that's a good point too. It's kind of like the organization thing. Like, how do you actually architect it at a large scale? And I'm not really sure if there's a right answer for that, to be honest. Okay, so sound. Let's see, what's a good sound I can test with? Let's test with a song. So this song in theory should fade in over a span of 10 seconds. And it just immediately goes, okay, what if I do this? It's actually really not obvious to me why this is happening. Is it this function? Okay, so that was the problem. This audio thing is kind of complicated because, like, the audio thread mixes sound at 44,100 hertz. And I have these, like, parameters that you can apply to a sound. Like, you can set the gain, and then you can give it a time for it to, like, interpolate to that gain. So it's like I have it so you can set these, these tunable parameters with a time, like transition, and there's like some code that's actually has to run to interpolate these values, and it's like not obvious what the value is at any given instant because it's like happening on a different thread. Like here we have like a set parameter. Like, interestingly, that worked for when I press space. That fades in fine. But if I, let's see. If I set the gain here, doing the exact same thing basically, this doesn't work, which is super odd. I'm not sure why that would be any different though. Like that's the exact same thing, is it not? Like this line, these two lines are doing the exact same thing as these two. Where is it? These two. Wait, how did that work? So now that works? Was it not passing the time maybe? What's this? What's the issue here? Yeah, it's just passing 0 for that. Or no? Oh, I see. Yeah, okay. See, this is a great example why default like parameters on functions in C++ is crazy. Because I just had a bug because I didn't realize I was setting the wrong parameter. And I just wouldn't have caught that otherwise. Okay, so let's set that. So was that actually working the whole time then? Probably was. Let's go back to audio. Yeah, I'm liking the way this is sounding. I think it'll sound good once I have the real sound effects. I need to put a limit though, because there's too much flow happening. So I need to sort them by distance again and like limit them or something. The volume's too loud though. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. Yeah, I need to sort them now. I do that for the splashes, I just need to do that for the flow sounds. First, I'm gonna add the trickle sound now. So I have a flow and then I have a trickle. So I'm having like 3 tiers of sound intensity based on like how, well, the idea is how fast it's moving will like determine how much, how intense the sound is. Okay, we need to delete this. So I'm gonna do a little bit of cleanup quickly because I think this is what I want to do. I want to do this. So maybe we have like, calling this flow is not really the best name, I guess. I'm trying to think though. I'm gonna make the, well, first I just want to see if I can scale the volume by like the intensity as well. I just don't know what the values I'm working with are because I'm just sort of freehanding this. Yeah, I did work as a graphics software engineer at a game company before like starting this project. So I was there for a few years. So that's kind of what inspired me to make my own game engine, because I was like working in a huge game engine, a mature one. And I wanted to see if I could do one myself. So I started the engine. And now I want to make a game in the engine. Because there's no point in having an engine if you're not going to make a game in the engine. And I'm horrible at 3D graphic or 3D art, 3D modeling. So 2D games are easy in comparison. So I'm making a 2D game is the first one. All right, what was I doing? I just lost my train of thought. Oh yeah, I was gonna draw something. Let's just draw some text really quick. Let's see what values we're working with. Scene. Let's make it red. What's the flow dot intensity? Because I can possibly use this as like a volume scalar or something. Oh. My values seem to go from 0 to 2000. That's a big range. I don't know if that's the range I want, to be honest. Wait, you're under 15 years old? That's crazy. If you're doing like X11 and like graphics programming, I wasn't doing that at 15. Yeah, that's crazy. I was certainly not doing this stuff at age 15. I was using like pre-made engines during that time. I didn't start doing this stuff till like the last 5 years, I'd say. All right, let's see. Do I want my values to be between the range of 0 and 5,000? I don't know. I mean, I guess it's fine. They're just random values, I suppose. All right, well, my advice then is definitely stick with what you're doing because you are significantly ahead of the curve for your age. And I support that. That's awesome. Yeah. Because I was certainly not writing C++ code when I was your age. Okay, so maybe I can scale the volume by, let's see. So let's just set the gain. I don't know. Let's go like 8,000 is my range here. Let's see. Oh, I don't have access to this. Okay, I actually think that sounds really good. Wow. It's crazy. Audio design is so crazy. It's just like, it's not intuitive to me at all how this works, but it just like sounds okay somehow. Like that splash sound actually sounds pretty good. I don't know if that's being caught on the stream at all. I don't know how loud the stream volume is. It's like, it's not perfect, but that sounds like surprisingly good for such a simple like set of rules. It's kind of crazy. There's like some latency to it, which is, I guess, to be expected based on how I'm doing this. But it's like passable, I'd say. Okay, I'm not sure what's playing sound here. I'm getting some splashes somewhere. Oh, I see. Here, we're getting some splashes here. Your engine will have one? Is that what you're saying? Yeah, I decided not to do that with my engine. Mostly because I'm like the only one actually using my engine. So I'm fine just using code for everything. Yeah, I definitely need to limit the number of flowing sounds. So I'll do that next. And I need to, I'll find some better sounds for the flowing water too, because this is like not very good. The actual sound effects. I can like hear the abrupt cut where it's like trying to loop, because I didn't find like a seamless sound effect. I just like found I just used the first one I found online. But yeah, I'm like really happy with this. See what a wave sounds like. Okay, need some work. We're definitely on a strong start though. Okay, let's add, let me see, what can I clean up here while I'm in this function? I guess I could let the volume go above 1 too. Like I'm kind of arbitrarily clamping it. But I could let like really loud water just go above it. I guess I can make the water fade out a bit longer too. Maybe it fades out like over 2 seconds. I had to fix whatever issue's happening here. These little red lines are like the wave crashers. No, I'm not. I graduated already a couple years ago. Maybe I just look young. I've been out of school for 4 years? 3 years? 3.5? I guess. Okay, let's add the trickle sound. The small water flow. And this one sounds kind of the same as the other one, doesn't it? Let's see. We need like a nice... See, this was the fast water flow. And I guess this is the slow water flow. Here, we need like a 5-second cut of this. Yeah, I do. Yeah, that's why I only stream on the weekends. Because I I have a pretty busy week. Yeah, I used to work at a AAA company doing video games. I switched jobs last year, so I still work doing like graphics programming. I'm just not in the games industry anymore. So, yeah. I have like a background in game stuff, but I decided last year that I kind of didn't like doing games as a full-time job for various reasons. So I switched I switched to sticking with graphic stuff, but I'm just not doing games anymore. I'd rather do games as like a fun hobby project. Otherwise, I just don't like making games anymore, which is kind of sad. Export audio, let's see. And then let's open this one. Should get some other stuff. It's like mapping software. Is basically what I'm doing. I work for a company that does like mapping software, and I work on like the visualization for the software. So it's definitely not as exciting as games, but I don't know. It's close enough where it's still interesting to me. but it's not like too close where I'm like losing motivation to work on my own stuff outside of work. And that job is, I use Java actually for that job, which is kind of funny. Yeah, I am, I would say. I guess I can say, it's not like a secret. I worked at Activision, working on Call of Duty for a few years. So I'm in like the last, I think I'm in the last like 4 games. And I'll say like I didn't, I'll preface this, and I'm not saying this because there was like NDAs or anything. I did like the job, and I thought Activision was actually it was a really good company to work for. Like, I was never overworked or anything, and I thought like my management was good, the team was good. So like you always hear horror stories about like the games industry is like works you to death. Maybe I was like spared from that because I was in graphics. Yeah. But yeah, it was definitely, yeah. It was an interesting experience, and I learned a lot during it because it was like my first real exposure to like something. It was like, you know, because they have their own in-house game engine. It's all in C++, and like it's like the real deal, right? Like big games are made in it. So it was like definitely insightful seeing how like AAA studios actually like architect large code bases and handle all of that. So that was interesting. Yeah, it is, and you can you can see a lot of that in the code too, even to like this day. It's really interesting. I don't know. I won't say too much on the on the code base, but it was definitely an interesting experience. Yeah. What am I doing? Export audio. Load. It's gonna get some of the other sound effects. But yeah, I think one of my complaints, I guess since I'm on this topic, my observation with the games industry is it's very, at least nowadays, it's oh, that's cool. Yeah, just nowadays it's very like you're hired on a team. Like I was hired on the graphics team, so like all of my tasking was just graphics, and there was like some engine systems. So like graphics was more than just rendering; it was like streaming stuff in, and interestingly, some of the sound design actually fell under graphics because it was like kind of a similar system, and they didn't have a specialized team for sound for a little while. So there's like a little bit of like engine stuff in there, but like I was mostly just doing graphics stuff. And it wasn't even like the glamorous graphic stuff. It was just like it wasn't OOP at all, actually. It was very, I would say it's kind of interesting because it was very C-like, the code base. And I think it had like a history in C, maybe. I'm not sure. I guess whatever Quake was. Was that C++? There almost like wasn't inheritance or anything at all from in the code base, which is, I don't know, interesting. But yeah, what was I saying? I don't remember. I lost my train of thought. Oh yeah, I was very siloed, like in graphics, it was nice, but not all the graphic stuff is that interesting. And like I like working on games just generally. Like with my engine, I'm just working on like every section. Like right now I'm doing audio, but like I don't know. Another week I might be doing like something other, like maybe I'm doing animations or something. And I like to kind of bounce around. Yeah. Yeah, at least the code I was exposed to was very non-object oriented, I guess you could say. What's the other term? Like procedural? What's the opposite of OOP? I don't know what DOD stands for. Let me look that up. I don't know that acronym. Data-oriented design. Yeah, okay, yeah, it was definitely more data-oriented. Yeah, that definitely makes sense. Okay, so let's see. Oh yeah, I have lava. Let's get the lava sounds. Yeah, sorry, I missed a question too. Yeah, so yeah, getting the first job. So I think it's tough for me to say because I got hired during, the COVID kind of crazy hiring spree that they were doing in like 2020. So that's when I got in. And I was also, I think I was helped by the fact that where I went to university was in the same town that they had a studio. And I'm not like in California, so I'm in one of the studios in a lesser, a smaller, not really a tech hub area. So just being located in the same place already and having a background doing games and graphics, I think lent well to them, like considering me over other people. I would say, like, if I had to guess, I actually don't know. I think I did well in the interview. Obviously, I must have done well because I got the job. But I think it was very circumstantial too. But I will say, what I do know is that a lot, well, it's kind of tough because the job market just sucks right now. But like a lot of the people that apply for those positions, they don't actually really have the qualifications. I would say, like, I don't know how to be nice about this, but there are a lot of people that apply for these jobs that actually don't have like any experience in games at all, or like graphics. Like you'll have a graphics position open, and then most of the people that apply have no background at all in graphics. So like, I don't know, do they get an interview if they like are being hired to do graphics? Because like graphics, I'm talking about graphics because that's just what I did. That was my niche. It's like kind of a small industry compared to just like, I don't know, programming at large. Like there are way more people that would qualify for like a gameplay engineering position than someone that would like qualify for a graphics position. Now, of course, there's a lot of people that do graphics out there, but I think it's probably easier to get a job in graphics. But then the caveat to that is that there are fewer jobs being listed in graphics. So it's like, yeah, you just need to have like good timing. And I think I got really lucky. Is kind of my take. Okay, so let's get this trickle sound in. Yeah, it was like from college, and I had some projects. Like I'll just show what I had. Like it's on my YouTube, basically what I had at that time frame. Here, let me pull up. I have like a video in here somewhere. That was like kind of the extent of what I talked about in my interview. Where is it? Yeah, so like I wrote this little deferred renderer around this time. It won't load because I'm streaming. So there was like this project, and I was just like messing around with 3D graphics. Yeah, internet is just dying on me. So yeah, and then I had like the games I'd worked on in the past as well, because I've been doing game stuff since like 2010. So that just gave me a lot to talk about in the interview, which definitely helped, I would say. And then when I interviewed for my new job, it was like significantly easier because I already had a job. So like, it's certainly easier to get a job when you have a job, which is, I don't know, it's kind of rough for the people that obviously don't have a job. It's like you see these jobs that require like all this experience. And it's like, how do you get the experience without having the job to get the experience? So yeah, it's just an annoying, it's a rough time. Okay, so let's get the trickle sound in. Trickle. Let's see, I want to reuse this though. Flow. Trickle. I'll go slow. Flow type. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Yeah, and then there's just like the cliches of it too. It's like, if you're not actually passionate about like what you're doing, it's gonna show in like how you interview. So it's like, I don't know. I think I'm passionate about like the rendering in the game stuff because obviously I'm just doing it for fun. So like that definitely helped in the interview. Though I also am of the opinion where like maybe you don't have to be passionate to do your job. Like, I don't know. It's kind of why I switched jobs because I wanted a job that wasn't directly what I'm passionate about. Just because like I'd rather keep, I don't know. I'd rather just do the things I'm excited about, just like for me rather than, I don't know, for a for a company or something. Okay, so I learned from like a lot of places. It's like, I don't know. It's I don't really have like a single resource. I always give bad answers to this question. Like I just like learned things as I went. I guess like I learned very like project based. Like there's something I wanted to do, and then it's like, okay, well I have to use OpenGL now or something. Like I need to render, so I need to learn OpenGL. And it's just like I learned just step by step as I'm like trying to do things. So like I've never actually followed learn OpenGL from like start to finish, but I've used learned OpenGL to like how do I create like a render target or something. And learn OpenGL has like a page on how you create a render target. So it's like I use it as a resource to like find specific things I want to do. Yeah, that's just like how I go about it. Okay, let's see, flow. Yeah, and like a lot of the things too. I feel like I'm like preaching about the learning experience and stuff. It's kind of fun. At least from my experience, like I've like I never get something right on the first try either. the Java compile times are horrendous actually. Though I will say that, okay, I can make this observation about working at Activision. The compile times on those games were very bad, to be as polite as possible. And that was I think that was a big productivity issue. Like C++, I don't know. There were times where it's like, to test code that you wrote, it's like the compile might take like 15 to 20 minutes. And it's like, well, what could possibly be taking 20 minutes? But it'd be like, okay, yeah, you get some of the incremental compile where it's like, ideally it caches a lot of stuff. But when you're touching some of the like the low level code for the engine, it's just like, yeah, it's horrible. So that's why with my engine, I've made it a top priority from the beginning to have fast compile times, because it's like so important for productivity. Because if I'm like clicking run and I have to wait 5 to 10 minutes to actually see the results, like there goes like all of my flow state. Because I'm just like, now I'm sitting around and like, what do you do for 5 minutes, 10 minutes? So so yeah, the place I work now though, the code base is a lot smaller too. So like, it's really not a good comparison between the two. Okay, so flow type, let's see, let's change the color based on the type as well. Or wait, this is the wrong place. No, let's get rid of this. Some gross debug code in here. Yeah, I avoid templates. The biggest thing I avoid, and this is a contentious topic probably for a lot of people that use C++, but I avoid everything from the standard library. I don't have a single include in my project from the standard library at all. Because what I've found is that anytime you include anything from the standard library, it just completely kills your compile times. And like, it makes sense. If you ever like go look at what's in the standard libraries, like header files, there's just a lot of crap that you will never use, because like it's designed to be general purpose, obviously. And there's just a lot of boilerplate that goes into the standard library to make it like everything as general purpose as possible. So I made the decision at the beginning that I'm not going to use the standard library because I just didn't want to, and that's that's it. That's the extent of it. Now, would I recommend other people do that? I don't know. Up to you, I guess, if you want to do that or not. Okay. So yeah, like all of my, like I don't use, I don't know. Like I just have my own little library I made that just does exactly what I do. Oh yeah, this enum type thing. Yeah, okay, I'll show this off. This is some stupid syntax sugar that I wrote just so I could name my enums without turning them into an enum class. Let me fix some of these issues though first. Yeah, you'll see it and you'll know what I'm doing like immediately. And I'll explain why I did it. Let me just finish this first. Let's just copy this whole line. Okay, there's one more issue in here somewhere. Yeah, so like oh, let me show the enum type thing first, and then I'll show you the other stuff. Where did I use this? Okay, so C++. Okay, so let's take a step back first. What is an enum? An enum is just a constant, right? Like it's just a constant. It's similar to a macro, but it's not a macro, but they're like constant values. And you know, normally you do like enum, and then you just, I don't know, give it some stuff, like example 1, right? And like by default, this is like an integer. And you can name these, right? I believe. I don't even know anymore. I haven't used this in so long. Let me just test this. I think the way you access this thing is like name example 1 is not a type. So like int. Maybe I should have named that like enum. What was the issue here? There was a story to this. Anyway, so basically what the enum type is that I wrote is it's just a macro that basically creates a type, like a using, like an alias. Using this name is like an alias to this type. So it's like this is an integer. And yeah, that's literally all it is. And then like it sets the enum to be that type using the little colon thing. And that's because I forget what the exact issue was. It's been a while since I've used this, or since I've like encountered this or thought about it. Yeah, so like if you have like an enum class, you can do this. And that lets you do, yeah, name cannot be initialized to an integer, which is expected because you made it an enum class. So you'd have to do like name test. So you have this now. Now the problem with this is I use enums for a lot of things that like aren't just states, I guess. Like I'll use enums as a way of like naming my like bit fields. Like if I have like a bunch of masks, like maybe like mask A is like 1 shifted over to nothing. And then like mask B 2 or 1 over by 1, right? Now the problem with enum classes in C++ is that you get this cool functionality where it's like basically its own type and you can like access the enums through the little colon thing. But you can't by default do this, I believe, right? You can't OR them because these are classes. So in order to OR them, you need to write operator overloads. You need to write like a, what is it? I don't even remember how to do this. Yeah, it basically just treats everything like a C enum, which is just a number. But I have a name that I can use. So like if I pass this thing in as like a function parameter, I can write a function that's like, I don't know, void some function. And it takes in a fluid type, right? So like, I see that it wants this fluid type thing. And if I click this, it brings me to where this is defined. And it's just like a small little syntax sugar that allows me to just see that, I guess. Because otherwise it would just take it in as an integer, and it's like, well, what is type? Like if I wrote this code 6 months ago, I don't remember what type is. Yeah, so if you just passed in, yeah. Like I can treat these as just like integers. So there's like there's no error checking on this. It's just purely so I can navigate my code base quicker and just see like what things are supposed to be without like having to write operator overloads for the C++ enum classes. So yeah, that's that's all that is. I think it's useful because like I like seeing like what things are. I just don't need it to actually be like a class because I can just name it with like an underscore and I'm fine. Okay, I can share it. Yeah. Oh, this enum namespace thing is not actually useful. I should delete that. I've never used that. Let me send this. Yeah, it's just like, I don't know. I've never actually seen anyone else do that before, like through like a macro. I'm sure somebody has. It's not that complicated of an idea. So, okay, what was I doing? Does this still compile? Let's see. Yes. Oh, wait, I just sent that in the YouTube chat. Let me send that in the Twitch chat. I forgot I have 2 streams running. There we go. Okay, so let's get the other trickle sound going. No, I already had this one in here. Okay, let's find a section of this sound that doesn't say where it's from. Yeah, you can definitely change it to whatever you want. Where did I just export this? Okay. Yeah, I usually do all caps for macros, but I wanted it to like look like the word enum as like the built-in because I'm like, I use it as if it's a built-in thing. So I do that with a few of my macros. They're like not consistent, but they're like inconsistently consistent. Yeah, Alex. Yeah, that's a good point too. So I do use the C header files. Yeah, so I do link to the C runtime and like I use C header files. But one of, I kind of mentioned this earlier on the stream actually. But one of the dumb things well, questionably dumb, but maybe smart, you know, maybe it's so stupid that it's smart, is that I have like, let me just go to something where I use a C header file. I don't even know. Yeah, here we go. In my memory source file here, I use like stdlib and like string to get access to some of these like C, like malloc and realloc and like memset or whatever. But you can see that these are actually not, like this isn't include stdlib.h. This is include vendor stdlib.hpp. So this is like, beware, it's gonna get intense here. So if I go to this, I have something kind of stupid going on, but I have a macro that's sort of like globally just defined, where I either directly go to stdlib.h if this thing is like defined, and that just uses the C headers like normal. Otherwise, I have I guess I call it a trimmed version of the header, which like I just manually link to only the functions I use. So like these are the only things I use from stdlib in my code base. And for like development iteration builds, I use the version of the headers which have just basically all the stuff I'm not using not included. So that actually like speeds up compile times by like at least 50%. Like it's like at least a 2 times improvement. And it's like, I did this as I was going. So like, I have a lot of stuff in these headers now. But the actual like task of going about doing this wasn't that hard because like I was just adding to these as I needed new things. So I do this for like everything. And this is kind of nice actually, because there are a few like really stupid cases with some of the sort of standard headers. Like an example is X11 for Linux. Like some of the X11 headers just like steal the word font, like F-O-N-T. Like you can, if you include like the, where is this from even? Let me look it up. Undef font. I have like something here. Where is it? Yeah, so X11, one of these headers, they steal like all these words. Like you if you include x11.h, you lose the ability to name something font, you lose the ability to name something time, you lose the ability to name something window, display, screen, visual. And this is like the classic issue with C, where it doesn't have namespaces, and they didn't prefix their names with like anything to sort of signal that it's from the X11 header. So by writing my own little wrapper around the headers, I can actually like rename their use of font to be X font, which frees up my ability to use the word font in my code base without having to like use my own namespace, if that makes any sense. And like this also happened with random. The word random is stolen by stdlib because they have like a built-in random. And I like wanted to name my function just random without having it in a namespace. Now, of course, I could have just wrote my whole project to be in its own namespace, but I didn't do that. So yeah, that's that's the story there. Okay, let's get these trickle sounds in. I've been working on this for a while. Let's see. But yeah, the great thing about just writing your own code and not having to, like, I have no plans to make my code open source or anything. Like, I have no plans to actually like ship this code, like the engine itself as like a product that people could use. Yeah, I don't know. I don't have a good answer for that. I should have just used namespaces. Yeah, the nice thing about just writing my own code is I can make decisions like that and know that I'm not harming anybody but myself. No, it's fine. I actually had a good stint of productivity earlier. I'm pretty happy with what I've gotten done so far. Yeah, like I can't say I don't use namespaces because I actually do use them all over the place. So I don't know. I guess I just didn't want like a global namespace where everything is in it, because it's just, I don't know. I just didn't like that. I like just not having, I don't know. Because like otherwise, what do I do? What would I do? It'd be like everything is just namespace, like Manta everywhere. And then you have like, you'd have to do using namespace Manta. But then once you do the using namespace thing, then it's like, you would still have those conflicts with like the font. Like if I'm using namespace Manta and I have my own font, but I'm also including a header from like X11, I would have to prefix every use of font with Manta font. Otherwise it wouldn't be able to resolve that. It would just be like a conflict. So I just didn't like that, so I didn't do it. That's as deep as it goes. I don't have a sound for this, so let's use that one. And then let's see, last but not least. Okay, I don't even know if this is working. I think it is. Yeah, I don't think namespaces actually do anything to compile time. I mean, I'm sure there is like some microscopic difference. But like the actual parsing of like the text file and like resolving the namespace, I don't think that would actually do anything. But yeah, like templates definitely can kill compile times. It's like templates are like the big one, and like the next big one is just having like header files that sort of balloon into a million lines of code at the top of your file. Let's see. Yeah, see, I grabbed a slice of this sound that had the... Hey, how's it going? Yeah, I found streaming is actually pretty fun because like a lot of this stuff is, it's like things I think about, but I like never talk about it. So it's like kind of fun to think about it out loud. All right. I'm pretty happy with how this sounds, all things considered. Like the sound effects need some work. But I'm using like placeholder sounds right now. It's just the fact that they're actually blending together in a somewhat coherent way is kind of surprising to me. But I guess water noise is really just like noise, isn't it? Like when you have a wave crashing, it's just a bunch of chaotic water-like noise. Oh, yeah, I am. Someone did ask, and then I said I would get back to that, and I never did. Yeah, so I have my own containers. And I kind of just add to them as I need them. So let me find the engine module. I can just show what I have right now. Yeah, so I have a hash map, because I use hash maps more than I would like. But yeah, hash maps are pretty useful. Yeah, so I have a hash map. I have a list, which is the equivalent of the standard vector. Yeah, I just called it a list. So it does basically everything you need from a vector, a standard list vector. I have a string builder, so I can do like strings, like dynamically allocated strings. And this thing also has a string view in it somewhere. So like I can like look at small sections of strings. What else do I have? I have a math library, which really doesn't have much in it. It's like some matrix stuff. Oh, I have a factory, which is like, I call it a factory. It's basically like a pool where you like have a allocated block of memory and you can sort of reuse elements, and they have like, each element has a generation. So it's like an allocator that basically gives you a slot in this sort of pool of memory, but it takes in arbitrary types. So like, yeah, these are all templated. What else do I have? I have a buffer, which is just like a growable thing that you can write to. What else? I think that's it actually. List, I have serializer, but that's for the object system. Oh yeah, UTF-8 reading. This isn't a container, it's just a library. And then like in the build tool, I have like something that loads textures. So I have like a texture buffer, which is like, it loads PNG files and then you can like create textures on the CPU. What else? Yeah, that's pretty much it. That's like all I use. I'm honestly shocked how well this sound worked. It's like you can just throw random sound tracks on each other and they sound fine. Audio is so weird. It's crazy. Like, could it sound better? Yeah, probably. But like, does it sound bad? It sounds pretty good to me. Yeah, and like a lot of this is like out of necessity too, because I'm not using the standard library. So it's like if I need to load textures, it's like, well, okay, I have to write something to do that. But I find that fun, so that's just why I'm doing it. I just find it fun personally. That's like part of the challenge. I might be able to help you, depending on what it is. No guarantees. It's almost like I don't even need dedicated wave sounds, because like the wave sound just kind of forms through the interaction of like the flow sounds. Like I have like all these water trickle sounds, and like you get a wave when all of them sort of come together, which is interesting. I guess it like should be obvious, right? It's just like how water works. Yeah, it's like, it's almost hard to hear the wave because it just sort of gets muffled by the rest. I'm just like, I sound like a broken record, but I'm surprised how easy this was, to be honest. I'm sure like to anyone who actually does sound programming, it's kind of like obvious, I guess. I just don't do like audio programming very often. And like I can hear issues with it. So like I hear times where like the two sounds are like right on top of each other. And like it does sound kind of like, I guess, choppy, like it's like clipping maybe. But I know that's an easy fix. All I have to do is add a couple variations of like the trickle sound and then just kind of randomly choose them, or like enforce it so like you don't have two of them playing at the same exact time. Because then you won't get any of that weird like additive interference effect. I'm not sure how well this is actually coming through the stream. I know I have the music playing in the background too, which probably doesn't help. Okay, I'm gonna fix the other trickle sound. Let's get a couple trickle sounds going. So we have like this section, and then we need like another section from in here somewhere. Yeah, no, that's a whole other can of worms. I'm using the Wasapi audio interface for Windows. So I actually don't know the history of Wasapi. Let's look it up. Wasapi audio. Yeah, I'm using this as like the audio client. But I'm not using like a pre-made audio engine, so I had to write my own audio mixer, which actually wasn't that intense. Yeah, so like I have an audio mixer thread that basically takes the audio samples, and then like it's fun because there's so much terminology in audio that has like overlap with graphics. So you render the audio, which is kind of funny. But yeah, so like I kind of wrote my own little audio system thing here. So yeah, half the battle was just making sure this is actually not the bug. But I have a few effects built in too that I can use. So like I have a low pass filter. If I go to the other project. Oh no. Can't hear the sound anymore. This button's supposed to play a sound, but I guess it's broken. Yeah, whoa. Yeah, I have a low pass filter and a reverb sound effect, and the spatial audio one that I just added this week. But yeah, if you're interested, the source for like the engine stuff is on. I do have it up on the GitHub, and I think there's a link in the description. So like you can just like look at the audio source file, and you can kind of see what's happening. Because I don't know, it's like hard to find resources for this stuff out there too, which is why I put the engine up as public, because like if someone else is Googling some obscure thing that I happen to be doing, like I would want them to at least see like my version, that at least it works and like they can maybe learn something from it. Because like some of this stuff is just a pain to find like information about. Okay, so let's see. What was I doing? Oh yeah, doing this. Yeah, this sounds like a good trickle sound. Let's get like 4 of these. Oh, this is the fast actually. And let's see, let's grab like one more from in here somewhere towards the beginning. Yeah, well, I'll say it's not actually open source because I'm not going to support it as open source. But the source is out there. It's available. I don't know if there's a difference between those, but choose is undefined. What? What was it talking about? Oh yeah, I see. So the problem is the trickle sound. sounds exactly the same as the flowing water sound. It's like hard to differentiate them. This is like such an art form, honestly. And I don't know if I trust my ear well enough to like make these decisions. Like, I think it sounds all right. It's like after a while of listening to water trickle, it's like I don't even know what I'm listening to anymore. Okay, let's see. What does this sound like? I haven't even done the lava sounds yet. I still have to do lava and oil. But I think the principles will be basically the same. I mean, if I spawn lava, it just sounds like water, which is kind of funny. But yeah, it shouldn't sound like water. Alright, here's the other test. How does it sound if I make a little intricate contraption? If I make some pipes or something. Yeah, I think like one of the problems is it's like a little too sensitive, actually, because it kind of like pulses sometimes. Let's fix the other sound while we're here. Yeah, I don't know what words of motivation I have. I think it just like, just prioritize making stuff and don't get too caught up on like doing it the best way possible. Otherwise it's like sometimes like you might just get stuck never getting anything done if you do that. Cause I used to be like that where I'd be like always afraid of writing code because I'm like, I know there's a better way of doing it. It's like analysis paralysis, I think is the term. Like I know my engine isn't even in the like a, I don't know, a mature state, but I'm still just like making the game anyway because it's like, I don't know, you got to do something, right? All right, this is a good little sound. Some of these sounds are getting stuck at 0 too, I've noticed. Zero sound. Another thing that might help with the randomness sound is to like maybe start the sounds at sort of a random position within their like time frame. Could be an interesting idea. So let me see if I can do that easily, because I'm actually not sure. Yeah, like if as a test, I just randomize this for now. Oh no, I lost video. I'm not sure why the video went out. Sad. There we go. Okay, randomizing the wave sound actually is kind of funny. There's just so much sound playing. Alright, let's get away from here. I'm clearly having too much fun listening to this. It's just really interesting to me. So there's like a lot of sound happening, which shouldn't be. No. There's a lot of movement. Whoa. Yeah, check it out. Turn your headphones on. Listen to that water sound right there. That dynamic water sound system. Isn't that insane? Listen to that. That's crazy. How is that even possible? I'm like hacking real life. Like, check it out. You can create a little stream, and now you can hear it. Whoa. It's a little broken. It's a little broken, but you know the basics. Let's get some faster flow. Yeah, we're working on it. We're working on it. And by we, I mean me. True. But you can throw the little grenade in the water and then watch it go. Whoa. True. 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 Whoa. Just listen to that. That's insane. Needs a bit more oomph, you know, with the grenade. But like, let's get the wave generator going. Here's the wave generator. I think the directional audio is a little busted though. It doesn't seem to be like panning. It's very sharp when it crosses from left to right. All right, I can do that. I can make that happen. Let's make the radius bigger. I think there is a limit though. There was a bug. Let's see what I can do though. Let's make the mask 1. Let's see if this will even work. Ah, yeah, okay. How big is this? I need to fix this. There's a size limit to the velocity mask. True. Okay, I can get around this. Let me just draw multiple of these. Yeah, I'm ignoring my dearest and closest friends. True. That's what you get. I don't remember what position is. Is that like its actual position in the world? Okay, this should be a little more... Whoa. Okay, not quite. I need to fix the this little mask function because it doesn't support velocity fields that are too big. Maybe this will be a bit better though. No, that looks pretty bad. It's about the best I can do right now. The goal is that there will be no limit on the size of the grenade. I'm almost ready to move on to lava, I think. I'm pretty happy with how the water sounds. Honestly, it's better than I thought it was going to. True. There's no they, though. That's the worst part. There's no they. It's just me. I'm a lone man in a big world, and I'm scared. I have been chatting with him lately, though, recently. A little bit. What's the easiest way to make looping sounds? I need to make these sounds actually like seamlessly loop. I don't need this open. Can I do that in Audacity? Here, let's load these up. I just need these sounds to no comment. No comment. Isn't it just like you copy the beginning a little bit and then you fade it from the end into the beginning? No, I go by was, were, actually. Your water flowing source file. Yeah, you'll loop it for me. All right, is there like a... What's the quickest way of doing this? How to loop sound in Audacity. Yeah, here we go. No, I won't put you... Whoa. I won't put you through this. Yeah, you fade out the end. Wait, this isn't even it. Alright, whatever. No, I won't do it. I won't have you do it with these. I haven't bought the sound effects yet. Or like, I guess, found ones that I can actually use legally. So, I don't know. I don't want to put too much effort into it. Everyone needs a looping water sound effect. Come on. True. True and base. That may or may not be what I did for these. True. True. I cannot confirm nor deny that I hit record in OBS and went on my merry way. Just listen to that splash. It's fully organic splash. Like that splash sound is the result of all of the individual little water sounds just like layering on each other with different velocities. Like, isn't that crazy? I'm just blown away, honestly. I think the water settles down a little too fast, though. It's kind of weird. It's like you have this crazy turbulent like explosion and then it's just like perfectly still 3 seconds later. But it's also a game, so I don't know. How much do I care? I think it's time for the lava. I think I need to retune my fade in and fade out sensitivities. So. Okay, what are we doing? Yeah, I need to retune my sensitivities. Get a load of that. Get a load of that. Let's see. Times equals, where do I do that? Let's do like 0.9. This might get really loud. Yeah, a lot of these are like maxing out now. Let's see. Yeah, I could just spend all night just like tweaking values. I want it to sound like perfect though. I'm a little OCD about this. Try to become one with the sound, you know? I'm confused about everything. Oh, SR. Yeah. It's confused about how liminal of a space this game looks. You just have this crazy water that bounces around like it's made of jelly. Yeah, the water's like choppy. You can hear like, it like stutters a bit. I need to figure out why it's stuttering. I think it's like not fading in its volume correctly. It fades out fine, but it doesn't fade in fine. And like here, the sound is still playing because there's still like velocity you can't see in the water here, which isn't ideal. It's like maybe above a certain pressure, water shouldn't influence like the node positions or something. Because otherwise you get that weird just like lingering water sound without seeing anything happening. I need like a raging cascade water effect now too. Because it doesn't quite capture the like raging water sound when it's like flowing like this. Yeah, it needs more violence. It's too calm. So I just need like another tier. Because like, to explain what's happening, I have these little water probes, the little wiggly lines. And the green one is like kind of slow moving water. The yellow one is like medium moving water. And then the blue ones that appear every so often are like wave crashing sounds, like water's hitting a wall. But we need like an intense moving one. Because you get some intense water when the explosion happens. Like you can see those lines really get drawn out. Like look at, oh, that was not a good example. Like, watch this one. You get like those big lines, which should be some intense water, I think. But yeah, I will be right back. I am thirsty. All right, I'm back with water. It is fitting that I drink water while I work on water. Okay, what should we do next? A lot of stuff. There's a lot to do. there's a lot to do. Okay, so let's limit the number of sounds playing at one time. That's step one, I think. How should I limit that? Let me think. I'm just gonna count them for now. Well, I should sort them too, shouldn't I? I'm trying to think of how to best refactor this so I have like more control over when they start playing. Because this is all just very rough code. It's like proof of concept code. But now it's time to bring it to the next level, I think. I guess I could change the order in which they update, and perhaps that will just solve itself. What is happening? Yeah, let's just do that. Let's just change the order that they update and see if that is a good strategy or not. Is a list the good data structure to use for this? Probably not, but that's fine. This is a crazy data structure, but this will at least allow me to easily sort them for now. Sort them by distance, I mean. And let's see. And let's free this here. So then, rather than iterating over, where am I calling update? Rather than iterating like this, we will iterate like that. And it doesn't like that. You can call update. update like that. So in theory, this should be identical still. Yep. But now the cool thing is I can sort these first. Sort them by distance. So what do I call sort? I just need to copy this basically. By distance or some other heuristic. Should work. Go. My cat's just on the desk, just messing around. Go. Uh-oh. What do you mean? What is this music? I'm like listening to dubstep, literal dubstep right now. Yeah, no thank you. And then we can just do like a naive count just up here somewhere. Limit to like 6. Okay, that just did not work at all, apparently. Yeah, see, it's like prioritizing the ones nearby, which is what I want, because that makes the most sense. So loud. I wonder what it sounds like with the reverb turned back on. I have cave reverb as well, but I turned it off because it sounded pretty bad. But let's try turning it on, seeing how it sounds. I guess not. Audio ambient effects. Okay, get down, cat. Here, everyone, here's my cat. Likes to jump up on the desk. Okay, let's get the other sounds in. Let's get the water in and the lava. Or let's get the lava in and then let's see what else. At least the lava water sizzle effect. We certainly need that. Let's get the lava sound in first, though. Okay, that's enough lava, I think. What do you mean by plot spectrum? I don't know what that means. Is that visible in Audacity? I don't know. I'm not really an audio guy, so if you can't tell. Maybe it's visible somewhere. I don't know. View. Let's open one of those up that I just made. Gotcha. Let's check it out. Let's check out this one. Plot spectrum. Oh, I need to select something. Yeah, this doesn't mean anything to me. Other than there's a lot of... Let me see. I'm trying to make sense of it. Yeah, this is all stuff I need to learn. Yeah, I can tell, because you got like, I know lower frequencies bass, of course. I guess. I'm not really sure what the vertical axis is telling me though. I mean, this is, yeah, decibels, of course, but. So I assume the more area under the curve is like better for like bass. You have like fewer high frequencies. That makes intuitive sense to me, I guess. That's interesting. I'm gonna look at the other one too. What does the water look like? Like this one. Interesting. Yeah, it looks like it. Oops. It's funny how the lava makes water sounds. Interesting. Okay, let's split those up by fluid type as well. Certainly not respecting that flow count thing, which is interesting. Like, how are those at 5? That shouldn't even be possible. Because it can't even start playing. Unless it should be the opposite, actually. Let's see. Yeah, I'll fix it later. All right, I think I'm gonna end the stream. I am getting hungry. It's dinner time. And I'm happy with the progress I made so far. Yeah, I thought this was just gonna be like pure experimentation and I was gonna have to scrap it, but it worked out better than I thought, so I'm excited. So, but yeah, thank you guys for watching. It was fun. Probably stream again next week, same time, so look forward to that. But yeah.